Hello, Chris from Airwindows, doing another coding stream. And I'm thinking this is going to be a plug-in coding stream. Because, oh boy, do I have a lot to do. And hey, Aurora Dreamweaver, Tuesday, innit? Yep, Tuesday. So let me fuss with my windows a little bit for no particular reason other than I'd like to be able to see some of the stream settings. Maybe I will be real ambitious and move my stream audio where I can get at it. I have been busily doing some new remember how I have Wooden Box? I'm going to do one called Kickbox. It'll be for drum sounds. And I'm quite interested in that. There's a couple of possibilities, actually, because fooling with some of this stuff. Bear in mind something like Wooden Box, that's not specifically made to be, this is a guitar. It's essentially a tiny reverb space. So the concept of making a drum-related one, all I really have to do is expand it outwards a little bit, and it should do a nice job. Let's see. Okay, so here be another thing. A thing where I'm going to be piping my audio into the monitor. And we should be good. Well, now it's interesting that you mentioned that because I've run into a problem which hopefully I can fix before too very long. I'm given to understand that the stuff that I'm building literally on the Raspberry Pi 500 isn't working for everybody's Raspberry Pi. And I don't know why. Or rather, I do know why, but I don't know what's going on. There is a related project, which is some kind of Airwindows fork from a couple of years ago, maybe. And it's basically just here, get this bootleg of the VST2 SDK. And then here's how to compile it for all of these other sorts of architectures, including 64-bit. And it specifically mentions ARM 64-bit. The problem is, I don't know how to do that stuff or what's being changed. And it would probably cease to work on Raspberry Pi 3 if it was the 64-bit. Also, give me a moment. I think I am overloading a little bit, so I can turn my... It's weird how like my microphones seem to go up and down by volume all by themselves. They're plugged into the same damn cameras, and yet they seem to bump around in volume. I've had that happen on the main plug-in recordings. Is 1 week the volume will seem to be a lot less, and so I'll fiddle with it, and then the volume will need to be a lot more. And exactly the same thing seems to be happening here. So let me adjust that. Okay, that should be pretty close, but I'll have to raise my voice even more in order to get there, or in order to distort anything. So that's close enough, really. That ought to work. Ooh, Nuclear Beatmaker has a observation. Well, that's interesting. Let's go and look at console X2 bus then. Might as well. Funnily enough, I'm also doing some work on a standalone plugin called X2 Bus because it never came out, and I've got a variety of little upgrades that I would like to do. So this is how the compression on there works. We don't have any additional settings. Cycles being set to 1, that's effectively the same thing as setting it to 0. That's basically just making it go, but it is not setting. All of the internal settings are to 0. As you can see, it's going through from 0 to best total, and everything inside those is all being set to 0. Well, now that's extra weird. Let's look at that too. Meanwhile, how might console X2 bus be starting up with the compression engaged? That's how we start that. I would guess it would depend upon whether your track is already starting with a burst of sound or not, or whether it's starting with something weird. So best C thresh would be larger than 0 if it's on. Hang on, I can do a little better than that, but I'll have to plug in, don't mind me, I got to plug in the laptop too. Let's do that. So this is the thing we were looking at first, and then we'll go and look at the other one. And here's what we've got here. A bunch of this is going to be updated. Might be a little bit like pulling teeth today. I'm not doing super well today, but it is what it is. And let's see. So we're setting control to 0 for not doing all of this. But then here's where this part is. Everything should be starting out at 0. I'm not sure what would be changing it. Yeah, that stuff should be starting out at 0. Let's look at the other one. Going to have to search that up by name because there is no way that I can. And I believe it would be Purist Console 3, assuming I do have one of those. Probably. Yeah. So what have we here? We have a crude arc sign. Oh, okay. Well, that's fascinating. Why does that not have a clip in it? Well, there's your problem. So that's interesting, but that's also kind of alarming. It has no business being coded like this. Okay, yeah, so I would say I'm not sure what this was about that I was even doing. Let's see what I've got for here's console 3 channel. I could definitely do with an update on this because that's a mess. Fascinating. Yeah, so plus equals this, plus also that, minus this, minus that. This is also a wave folder. So this boggles my mind a little bit, but I see how it would have been doing what it was doing. Yeah, I would say, what do I say about this? What do I even say about this? I'm going to find out what I even say about this. There's going to be a U in there somewhere. Presumably after, oh, there we go. Okay. So what we're saying here, I'll read this off. I can't think today, so I'll read. Oh, yeah, no, this doesn't. I'm going to put in a special message about this from what we've just learned. So what it says is alternative algorithm for minimalist console. And instead of immediately doing every console, how about the final console version it'll contain, which suggests it's one of the things in there. Extension of the work I was doing, well, there's no doubt that it is doing, like, I wouldn't be dividing here, I'd be multiplying by a small number instead, so I don't know what was going on there. And then we're taking this to try to improve the sine arcsine calculation, but then it's not doing that correctly. It's another approximation. Well, I'm not giving up on that. We're going to continue doing those, but doesn't matter if it seems like a ridiculous thing to do. That's the experiment. Yep, I still do that kind of thing too. And the original purist console is, in fact, the sine arcsine. What I'm curious about now is whether in any of the purist consoles am I clipping? Or are they all wavefolding? And that's an interesting enough question that I'm going to go and find out. Might as well put that in the text for these. So original purist console. Yeah, that was after my mom passed away too. That was a long time ago, man. That one is one where I was making less than $800 off of Patreon a month. It was a good thing that my family hadn't died yet because I was desperate at that point. I've gotten back to being desperate, but Patreon's doing a bunch better than $800 a month now. Thank goodness. So here's the simplest, purest form. Let's see whether this is doing what I think it is. Because it's worth mentioning. So I'll open all of these up, and then we're going to look at what the actual code is. Here's the channel. this wavefolds. I feel like the bus can't possibly, but if it does, that's an interesting thing right of itself. Nope, that doesn't. These days, I prefer to clip it at like 0.999 rather than going all the way to 1, because 1 is the danger zone for the arc sine. It doesn't want to go beyond 1. So time to edit these a little bit while I'm at. Little maintenance stuff for today before I get into giant piles of other maintenance stuff for today. I don't have a purist channel. Yeah, I'm working on the Virginia Creeper stuff. Everything is a little weird around here these days. I'll fill you in on it as we keep going. I've got until 5 in the afternoon to get a bunch of stuff done here, and this is a worthwhile thing to add. So we've established that that wave folds and that doesn't necessarily blow up. But there is another issue here. So there's the 3 and here's the 2. So channel 2, that is a filter. And it is not wave folding. And we can see that it is doing a low pass. That can only be a low pass. Wow. Okay, so this is doing some stuff. This stopped being purist at some point. What does it say about it? Yep, stepping away from it, all right? Oh, and well, that's actually short of Butterworth. So I don't know why I say it's sharper, or if it's a presence peak. I don't think that is. I don't think that is a presence peak. Also, these days we can do this with the Toro. There's that form of filtering that's better than this for these purposes anyhow. That's a lot of big talk for this one, but every time I do a new thing, I'm fairly excited about it, so there's that. Maybe the recent... Oh, I bet I know why. I know what's happening here. Okay. So this is a distributed low pass. It's set up to be a low pass at about 30K. And I already know what we're going to see going into this. What we're going to see is the channel form has a resonance of 0.618. I bet you anything that the bus form has a sharper filter, and that would explain what's going on here. So let's have a look. Bus version, Bada Boom called it. So what's going on here is we've got a 30K filter running, which only runs when it can. We have it clipped to 1 to -1. So this one can't actually freak out in the way that, like, Purist Console 3 is going to require an additional note to it, because I'm not changing stuff that's out there, but it's definitely, I could see going a little further here. So bada boom, when I say cool clarity that resolves absolutely everything, here is where I explain a little more about what that is after the fact, after the day of release, when I'm like writing up ad copy and stuff. It's like, let's talk about what this is. Include in distributed filters. Oh, blowing up the mic doing this. Apologies. I'll try to keep talking as well. So what this does is these combine to make Butterworth. It combines to flat, but the reason I'm going on about, ooh, it resolves all the things, is because we have a massive treble boost on the bus. So it's effectively expanding the highs of the summing, which is an interesting enough thing to do. So yep, it's the proper ultra clean. So that's what this is about, and that's why I went, ooh, look at all the cool, airy clarity that resolves everything. This is why. Super clear. And yeah, you could continue stacking these up. It would probably just keep making that happen more and more, arguably to be too much. Console X2. Okay, I wonder whether you mean the bus. I'm thinking about redoing the high pass and low pass on the bus and having them, everything is going to behave more like what the channel plugin does. So if you feel like the low pass is too much, well, that's isolator. I'm not necessarily going to continue to use that. I'm not necessarily going to continue to use an isolator filter on the bus. It seems to me that I might be able to get something useful to happen with the channel style high pass and low pass, and that's more cabs. Anyways, continue this. And let's see, bus. That does in fact happen before we decode. So there you go. That is exactly how that works. and that's being applied to the summing. So we'll save that. Oh, Airwindows came from me wanting to develop speakers. I started out being fascinated by high-end audio speakers and designing and building speakers and guitar stomp boxes. You might not have known that, but back in the day, when I was in college even, I built guitar stomp boxes for people. I had a concept called Fiend that was a 4049 hex inverter chip with these tiny little capacitors wired all up as a little chunk of audio in which it ran 6 stages of distortion into each other. And you could plug a guitar into this and get a sound out of it, but as soon as you stopped playing, it would simply scream. And that was all it did. And there's also the risk of burning it out, because I don't remember whether that happened very often, but these will overheat if you do that. So air window means if the speaker is a window on the sound, I would like to have it set up so rather than there being a color or a tint to the window or a glare off of the front of the window, which is what high frequency stuff sometimes sounds like, you just reach straight through and there's nothing between you and the sound being reproduced. Funnily enough, what I've been doing with speakers in recent years is very different from that. And I hope to dive into that further. It's not going to happen today. I've got coding stuff to do today, but yeah. So there's my additional notes on Purist Console. Next time this comes out, all of these additional notes are going to appear in Consolidated, so you can refer to the changes soon enough. By soon enough, I mean in a little over a week, a little under a week. So here's where I truly need to update the information. Here's where I went in a funny direction. When I say crude sine, and these days and that's some pretty weird stuff going on in there. I'm honestly not sure how I got there. It's plus these two things minus this, which is the middle position, I believe. Like this is the power 5, and then power 9, and then power 7. Or actually, no, we're subtracting power 3 and power 7. So that's what a sine will do, is the Taylor series expansion will step out in this particular way. Thing is, this is me overriding it, so this is effectively purist saturation again. I do have something I'm working on for that. Oh, the logo I drew myself. The logo is the RCA nipper dog that listens at the gramophone. Except for my concept was, yeah, how about that dog, except for that modern CDs are so overwhelmingly loud that the dog is like hiding with his paws over his ears, and I drew that. And so that's what Clipper is. I drew that art myself and have been keeping it around ever since. It's a long time ago. So the thing to know about Purist Console 3 channel and bus is I appear to be, and this is going to have to go into my notes, like we're doing this. And it's extremely funny that we're still talking about the M1 MacBook Pro. This is before I got the current desktop computer. Not that the M1 MacBook Pro was slow or anything. Clip-er, not clip art. Because the RCA dog is Nipper. That's the name of that dog. The dog that listens at the gramophone is Nipper. I am not. I'll show you what I'm going to use for Console X3 in a minute. And it's not going to use Smooth AQ3. But I do have to update this now. So that was me. And apparently the video, I'm oversampling everything like mad. And in doing that, I'm not actually running the filters from the previous one. That stopped. But maybe the reason, perhaps this was the one that was designed specifically to let people oversample them. But there is that catch. And the catch is that it's not safe to run on the ArcSign part. So there's the channel. The channel is, well, I mean, here's the catch too. Here's the thing. This isn't safe either because it's not truly a sine, is it? It's pure saturation, so this is a birth of something I ended up doing. This one, and then even more than that, bus is even worse. Bus is doing a plus equal of this and this and this and this, and at no point am I actually dialing it back. Or checking for polarity, apparently. Mind you, that works in what I'm working with. But there needs to be an additional comment in here, as long as this is out here. So my little gift turns out to have a booby trap built into it. When was that out even? 2023. Yeah, so that's a few years ago. And this is not true of arcsine function, interestingly. That's an interesting thought, Aurora Dreamweaver. Separating high, mid, and bass into separate channels with it. Presumably you route it to 3 separate channels. And then, so there's a whole separate question. QRS. It's music Q3. Let's have a look at the code of that and see why it worked or didn't work for you. And then I'll get back to updating my messages. Mid gain. So those do, well, hang on. Okay, here's your problem. I think it's not actually letting the gain go to the literal 0. I think what's happening here is we can set the gain up to go from, yeah, no, not even. There's your problem. You could make a version of Smoothie Q3 that would do that, but it is not this one. And that's because they don't go to 0. The gains don't go literally to silence in this. Yeah, that's because it is not going to silence. It's an EQ, and it does in fact sum internally, but it doesn't actually go to literal silence quite. See, we do this fast L, bass times bass gain, mid times mid gain, treble times treble gain. Presumably what you did was you dropped all of the controls to silence, thinking that that was actually how that got summed, but that's not exactly how that gets summed. So it wants you to do the processing within it. It's not actually a good isolator filter. I could make something like that. If that's something that you want done, we can see to it that there is a version of it that would work. Ooh, Picture Tomorrow would like some I think I might have some of that kicking around. We'll see. Again, the meter video, are you talking the forbidden? I'm not sure Michael's forbidden on YouTube. Beatles is, Prince is, Eagles are. Or are you talking the $10 and up patron videos? Because I've been faithfully doing lots of those. And we're a normal sine function. In each one, oh no, you would. So you would need to lower 2 settings to 0 and have only 1 setting on each band, and then it still won't really work because the internal gain levels aren't actually isolating the individual bands. Also, it gets worse. The way the smooth EQs work is they are for every internal stage, you could take one of the bands and remove it completely. But then every step of the way, it is reassembling the full sound again and then adding that gain trim again for the successive stage. This is not the same thing as doing it for the output. So yeah, that's actually not gonna, it didn't work, but that's unfortunately because it can't, because that has to happen within the plugin. But cool for trying. It seems like a fun thing to have tried. And now that warning will be in Airwindowpedia going forward. And we will call that good enough for the moment. All right, see you later, Nuclear Beatmaker. So I should show you what the next console X3 is going to have for effects. We'll do our trusty little thing. One day I'll be able to go and make new music. Wouldn't that be exciting? It'll happen someday. If I live that long, it'll happen someday. It's this. So I can pull low mids out, pull in super bass out, or adding it. Drop the total gain of everything down, because it'll still do that. Boost extreme highs. Roll it down a bit. Or we'll do the high mids, for instance. Move that up, move that down. But the thing about this one is this is me running BezEQ without building delays into it. So what ends up happening is it produces weird irregularities in the response. Yet I'm pretty happy with the general getting sounds of it. Like I can bounce around and do things like this. We're in the same thing again. Set that to default. So I can do something like boost the high mids. And although that's a weird response irregularity, it really does a good job of voicing it. And it's a pretty strong tonal change to put there. Or I can cut low mids as well. And listen there, all of a sudden we have this aggressive thing going on. And now we have a aggressively EQ'd sound. This is the normal sound. But it's got some real mojo to it. And there I've added some lows. You can also have the highs be mostly the hats. And so one of the things it does is that triggers my blink like a crazy person reflex, which is what happens when my ear is resolving stuff and there are things to listen for. This is not necessarily a good at a tightly confined band of super high resonance. Instead, this is a very good alter all of the tones in such a way that it doesn't sound like you messed with anything, that it just automatically started out like that. And again, I can return it to default, hit this again, and start doing things like adding extreme lows, can pull the snare region out of here almost completely. And even pull that extreme bass boost down a little bit. And get it so it sounds like I just put up microphones and recorded. Doesn't sound like I threw a bunch of EQ on this, and yet it still is. It is still a bunch of EQ. And that's why I'm running with this for Console X3. And I tested this out on the music that is seen down here, which I can't play on stream because it's copyrightable material. Although it's actually not Beatles or Eagles or whatever, technically I could. But the whole point was to be able to reshape something like Cross-Eyed Mary so that it still sounded good, rather than sounding like an 80s remix. And I think I got there. Now, being able to reshape things as aggressively as this is not necessarily that helpful. See, giant bass boost, but we've messed with all the rest of everything. And so there's the aggressive tonal shaping. That's nothing like the original one. But it makes it act like it was the original recording. So that's what I'm up to with that. And the thing about it is that it is more of my weird stuff like angle EQ. Like angle EQ was very strange, even though it's what I'm using for pointy guitar and so on. Because when you start boosting things, then you get these... It's almost like what I'm doing with the tape head control in 2Tape. Got it set up in such a way where you are boosting a frequency and that goes along with a complementary cut about an octave up. And so this automatically does that because that's just sort of the way that rolls. And it's about using it like that on purpose. So where you meet me today is facing down all of this. And that's because I have updates for freaking everything. And the updates live here. We've got new settings for the floating point dither. I arrived at that last week and ended up working out that that was what I needed to do. So that's what you just heard. You just heard literally the updates that I had. This is also doing a similar thing to what my other stuff did, where this is not actually going to perfectly silence any of the settings. We don't get to you don't get to take this and go, okay, turn the highs up all the way and everything else down all the way. And then we'll isolate these frequencies, split them into multiple channels, and then recombine them after processing. That is not a thing you can do. But what you can do is what I intend to do, which is to bring it onto a recording console that has joysticks for all the frequencies and dial in a tone for things very, 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 very rapidly. And then the next thing that happened, I can actually show you that as well. I've got an update to the compressor. Should be showing up right here. Yep. So here's something that I'm able to do. See how we got threshold, attack, release, and dry wet?
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live.
I've got this acting a whole different way now.
Ask too much from one who cannot dare.
So our attack
Such demands are hard things to forgive.
can really hype up the sound quite a bit.
This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
I've got the voice jumping out of the speakers this way
Everything's returning unto you.
compared to this.
You're the one I call
Dry.
upon to ride. You're the one I call upon to ride.
And then when I compress it,
You're the one I call upon to rise.
the consonances are jumping out like crazy
You're the one
because it's
I call upon
wildly
to
overcompressed.
rise.
Or we can make them very quick.
You're the one I call upon to rise.
And it's doing this complete smushing of things. And then when I make that go away and say jump into a drums, well, this shows you the same thing, but even more so. Because when we do this, we can do a dynamic inversion. No compression, all the compression. Release still has a bunch of effects on various sounds, like I was doing a very fast release on that vocal. But we can have that sort of snappy little result out of it. And then the neat thing about the dry wet, this is both a ratio control, and this is also now a vari-mu. Let's put it on some toms. So we got this giant squish on everything. And we can get some of that very mu swish out of it if it's set just right. Had about enough of that. So what happened here is essentially just a whole bunch of changes. So what I need to do is go through here and basically re-export literally all of these and then apply the changes that I made. I'm even going to put this sounds thing away for the moment, because I'm too busy with all this now. And dy, there we are. So here's what you just heard. I need to make all of the versions of this use the same controls and all the same settings. That at least is pretty straightforward. So here's where I go over to Dynamics 3 Mono, have this loaded up as well, and make sure that it matches. And then I got to go through, and for every single console X3, I need to update everything to do with that to exactly match all of the changes that I've made to this. Because I need to update all of these things to accommodate all of the changes that have been made. And so that's today. We're going to do some of that today. And perhaps by the end of the day, we'll do something more interesting. Or if not, then we'll just be soldiering on through all of this. But yeah, that's kind of how this rolls. Sometimes, if this is too hard to take, what I can do is like a Godot stream for Thursday or something, because there's stuff I can do on that. I do have to put in the hours on this, though. And then let's see. So that's actually Dynamics 3 Mono. So this is actually going to be Dynamics 3 itself. And all of this stuff now has to be updated. And dry wet is actually now operating the opposite of ratio. It's the literal opposite of ratio. That looks good. That's the way it should be. We're going to save those, and now we go into the C++ file, and I'll show you all the things that had to change. The funny thing about this is this all changed because I got like 2 hours of sleep last night due to current day stress and stuff going on. And so what I did was I spontaneously did this and the start on the melodic math program that I also need to do. That might be something that I could throw more of together today. But the bottom line of it is going to need a lot of work because I have a list of 6,000 words, roughly, close to 6,000 words, that I have to manually type in metadata around in order to get it doing what I need to do. Nobody has a program where it'll give you the melodic math for what word can follow what word. or what words will sit better in a song than others. There's plenty of people who've done it. Max Martin famously, but also Robert Hunter was unreasonably good at this, and in fact was doing it on purpose. But nobody else seems to do it, and you're not going to find a rhyming dictionary for it. If something like this is going to exist, I'm going to have to make it. But then again, there is also this grunt work of getting the rest of this stuff together. So let's see what we can do. Copy from here to here. Those look to be basically normal. That looks to be basically normal. See, they say the same things. But then we're going to get into some departures. Like some of that's the same, but then look at this, it's not. Or rather, it looks like I do have some of that updated, but I bet it doesn't follow all the way. Or if it does, it's because I did it literally this morning without remembering. Also, I'm a bit curious about DK using Baxendall 3 on drums and not caring. It's like, well, is it because it's that good for your purposes? Because that's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so let's look at what we're looking at here. I see something that's not the same. So the difference between these two is as follows. Looks like I have the this part of it up to speed. In fact, I could even go through and up, but no, it doesn't, is it? No, it isn't. Plus Cronate 2.0, and then look at that. Look, we have a difference. That's not the same. In order to follow this through, we got to bring this over here. And then some of the rest of that is the same. And we've even got this stepped business. This is the big change between how I last had this. The way I last had this, it was doing what in the reverbs I call derez, where we're doing a calculation to make sure that these things don't overlap, but it was not actually doing the calculation where you can only do integer values of the division into smaller numbers of samples that it does. Like when I do stepped calculating on the Bezier thing, it forces it to only apply integer numbers of samples between Bezier checks. And when it does that, there is a freeness of funny digital overtone that isn't the case when I just do continuous modulation of the value. And I've been doing these dynamics calculations with just continuous modulation in the belief that it wouldn't really impinge upon the sound of the thing, which I don't think is a safe assumption. So this is me applying stepped. I got it from Bezier Q3, and we're applying it everywhere now. In particular, we're applying it on every dynamics function, including literally this is dynamics 3. So this is what we got now. And I'm going to have to check and make sure that all of these other details are the same. probably pretty straightforward. I see a number of details in there. And we can start by having made that one change to best thresh. Let's bring this together so we don't have any commented out stuff anymore, because this is how we do it now. But then slow res looks to be the same, but there's another difference here. Two, in fact. Here's one. And then this needs to be named best comp dry. And it's actually 0. And there's another change in here as well, as I'm not doing 1 minus that. So that's a little weird also. But we're going to check and see whether I can get the mono version of this to act exactly the same as the stereo version, which I've got. I'm happy enough with how the stereo version is running. It's going to be built into 2 of the console X3 compressors. And then for pre, the mono version is going to be built in. So these do need to match. I need to get this right. I'm going to have a quick peek. Yep, that looks pretty simple. Yep, that's the same. And now we've got all of this stuff going on. So what's up with these? Well, this part is already up to date. When we get a new cycle, we do set the previous one to 0 to build from there. We are in fact using X as cycle times best trim. So far, this is all still fine. Technically, this will lead it to become, like, it's a question of whether it will actually go beyond 1.0. It's possible I'm going like right up to 1.0 and then stopping, which is why it needs to do something else. Arguably, I should check on that in a different way, but maybe that's why this is the way it is. Don't mind me getting stuck on ideas. Hey, using Backzone L3 and all kinds of stuff? Nice, fair enough. Glad that's working out for you. So best comp X. We've got the same calculation here. And then this final summing, that has to be a little bit different. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this and then remove the left or right factors here. And then we've got our floating point dither with its newly updated version. So here's what we just did. The original version of this isn't nearly as complicated. And that's because what we're doing now, and getting rid of this version, you see how it's fairly similar after a certain point. In particular, look, that bit's identical. So the way that the compression comes into the dry-wet calculation at the very end, Well, that's identical. And this BezComp dry is also how we go about doing this. And I think we've got that set up correctly. Yeah? Yep. Formerly I was 1 minus that. Then I had to invert it. So we're applying the compressed version as we did before. But what's this new stuff do? Seems to be quite a lot of it. Well, I'll tell you. If dry sample times dry times 1 minus the compression, that is modulating the dry sample based on how much compression is happening. We have the amount that we're using, but then also if there's no compression happening, BezComp, let's double check that this is being applied the same. Yes, it is. 1 minus this. So if we are at if the compression is smushing it to silence, that's because it's doing 1 minus, and then BezComp will go up to a maximum of 1 when it's in action, meaning that BezComp can become 0. If dry is equal to 1 minus 0, well then there you go. You still got the dry signal. But if we're applying the compression, well then it's going to start removing more dry from the equation. And that's playing the role of a varimu calculation. The mu is increasing. It is taking away dry signal the harder it hits the compression. And then it's not simply that, it is also 1 minus the compression amount, but it's the compression amount times 1 minus the dry signal again. And this is for dialing in more of the varimu behavior as you turn up the dry web. So it pulls back on the varimu behavior a little tiny bit as you pull back that control. 2Cassette isn't doing anything right at the moment, but there will be a time when it does. We'll have a nice upgrade on that, considering that the floating point dither has been upgraded. So when 2Cassette does finally hit, arguably it will have an even slightly better tone to it than 2Tape 9. We can but dream. So this is the new Dynamics 3. This is the Dynamics 3 that is actually, and we can just do that. We'll build it. Oh, it looks like I've made a typo. Look at that. I don't know how that happened. I hit delete in there somehow. And now that this has built and succeeded, we need to close these guys, and I've now built a new instance of Dynamics 3 Mono, which is also available. Haven't done the VSTs yet. Got to do the VSTs as well. I may see fit to doing these alphabetically. But for now, we can copy that to the desktop, then put it in the components folder, and then do a little check on something that is familiar. to see whether these work the same anymore. Which guys? Chat, you mean? Here's Dynamics 3. Actually, you know what? Let's set it to default and then apply full threshold. What does this give me? A pretty aggressive compression is what? So that's a whole bunch of compression. But Dynamics 3 Mono has to do exactly the same thing, or something has gone horribly wrong, which we'll see. I can't actually see that yet. And we're not to Dynamics 4 Mono, not yet. Is it the same? I feel like that might be spiking things a little more. I wonder if these are the same. I also wonder how much of this is the fact that it's a linked compressor. Yeah, maybe we're not too far off. Oh yeah, there we go. So we do spike up a little bit there, but I'm willing to believe that's the combination of the two things being summed. So what's probably happening here is that the dual mono interacts differently, and I can test that by attempting a mono. Well, we can make this be a mono sound. See if it's still different. Yep, that's absolutely mono. Select, move to start. Now let's see if these things dare to act differently. Okay, we still have some spikes poking out here. And we're hovering at exactly -6. Just barely over -6. Now, does the mono version of this plugin, which is running in dual mono, remember it's end-to-end, do the same thing? Ooh, we have something of a bigger whump. Why is it doing that? What's different? It's trying to act the same. Okay, quit out of here without saving the changes that I made there. I knew something was different. Okay, how do I make this be right again? Or be right for the first time, because I think maybe it wasn't right in the first place. Also, I'm forbidden to have more coffee today because I'm too stressed out. Firstly, do we have differences here? I don't think that counts as differences. Do we have differences here? No. Cool, so far so good. We got to find out what's different. Something's different. So what I'm going to do there is make both of these windows a lot bigger so I can see more at once. That looks yeah, that's the same. That should be the same. Yeah. This should be the same, but this might be a trouble spot. A plus 0.618 times 1.618. Yeah, that's the same. What's happening with best res, though? So 0.54. Yeah, that's the same also. Best res 0.5 minus. Yeah. Step shouldn't be any different. Don't think it is. Trim, it's still identical. Slow res, maybe slow res needs to be different. 1.0 minus c times 0.5 to the power of 4. That's still the same. 0.5 minus 1 times 0.0375, that's still the same. All right, comp dry, is that any different? No, these don't seem to be different at all. Okay, now what? Sample times comp divided by best thrash. So control is max left or right. Then it's min square thrash times best comp times 0.618. That's still what we've got here. So this is the one that's working. The other one is acting weirder. Technically, if this is the same and just acts different, I can learn to live with it. My problem, though, is it shouldn't be acting any different. Cycle equals 0 here. And it stops with control being 0.0. Cycle 0 here, it stops with control being 0.0. Those should be the same. And at the end, we're getting that, and then here's where maybe things are. No, I don't think that's any different either. I do have a comment here that doesn't need to be there. That shouldn't be changing a thing. And then input samples dry times comp dry. We got this stuff going on. Yeah, we're applying both of those the same too. Great, so it looks like what we've got is this isn't any different, it just sounds different. I don't get it. Just because those are two separate, well, let's test and see if it can do useful things, even if it is making no sense and not following any law of mathematics or logic. And we'll build it one last time just to make sure. Because we do have everything covered. Okay, option drag to there. And the component. I got a fresh one here as well. I hate it when they do things like this. When you have it literally being exactly the same, exactly the same, and then it's not. I hate that stuff. It's the worst. Let's see what we can do on this noise. Can we load the original one on this noise, or does it fail? Ah, this fails. Well then. We're going to fix your wagon. You can be stereo now. Raw sound. Compression on an already distorted guitar. Just what we needed. But one thing I do observe is it goes up to that loud. Now I get to play wrong. With this. Okay, now we're acting like it is the same. Cool. Okay, that's what I wanted it to do in the first place. Oh, a cassette plugin would be literally to tape again, but arguably more fluttery and degraded. Although there are other concerns, such as a cassette plugin should probably also have stuff like dropouts and additional damage. And this is doable. That is something which could be done both in a normal sense, but also running that interaction inside doubly, inside the actual tape cell itself. And that's how that could work. Meanwhile, I'm satisfied enough that I can move forward with Dynamic 3. So the next thing is to jump into the VST world and make sure that that is up to speed. In theory, this should be much simpler. This does not have the mono version. Put that there. open up this version, start changing that needs to be changed. Namely, nothing here. Need to change this. Need to change defaults. Defaults live up here. So what's going to be really interesting is bringing some of this stuff into the X2 bus, because the X2 bus was originally literally Console X2's bus. It never came out, so now I need to fool with it. Especially since I'm departing, I'm leaving that form of the compression, no longer doing it. But it had its own mojo in its own peculiar little way. So we're going to bring it up to speed with what I just changed, but not make it a very mute by, funnily enough, that it's not getting that, but it is getting the stepped update. And so is this. This is getting the stepped update. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have that yet. And that's going to happen here. Happily, though, this might be way simpler than what I was doing before. Although before I get into it, let's make this window be smaller. And I'll tell you why it would be that much simpler. Don't need to do any of these things. It's because I can just literally copy this stuff and paste it in. And everything in between the sample frame stuff, particularly for one like this, I can just copy and paste this from the stereo audio unit. It'll do exactly the same thing. So where we have these updates to Dynamics 3, where it doesn't have this the same, and it'll be exactly duplicating it, you can kind of see that it's pretty well cloned. It's exactly the same thing. And then up here, we've got the changes in stepped, which needs to replace this, but all that really needs to happen is that get parameter kparamc needs to be changed to just the letter C. And that's the only thing that has to happen. Then it will literally immediately work exactly as intended, because it'll be literally the same code. But first, and a funny you should mention Tascam Porta Studio style console. I know somebody who is probably going to be doing something like that without me. But you never can tell. So we'll find out. And furthermore, I need to go and rinse up my coffee cup and take a brief break before jumping into all of this stuff again. So what I'd like to do is play something weird, or something normal, or maybe just something even weirder. How about this? My Old Haunts. This is some kind of jam from a long time ago. I was doing live performances on the internet for this stuff. Sounds like that'll be a cool enough little period for me to step away from the camera momentarily. I will come back and we'll be doing all kinds of crazy updates and compressor things, and I'll be trying to keep track of so many things at once. possibly lose my ability to speak coherently in the process of doing that. But hey. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. It's not really Wonderwall. years of jamming onto YouTube with synthesizers and such. It's been lots of that. Never really went anywhere, but it's been lots of that. So now, let's see. I should probably put all of those things up on somewhere at some point. I mean, I had album covers for them all too, everything. Would be an appropriate thing to throw all that stuff up on Bandcamp and be like, here, want all my weird long jams? Or I could put them all up on Bandcamp as a single download. Like a single album that happens to have however many. Let's see how many. Single album with, actually it would be less than that because I have Colin Bender's jam in there. Single album of 9, like roughly 90-minute long tracks. That would be, well, it would be value for money for the duration anyhow. That would be a weird thing. But yeah, that is something that could happen at some point. I don't know how I'd sequence it. You'd really spend a lot of time sitting there listening to goofy jams for that purpose. But I've got them. Haven't put them out yet. Also, if I did that, each of them wouldn't get their own album cover, which is a bit of a drag. I mean, I came up with... Let's see, how did that go? Let me see if I can find... Nope. Don't go there. Do I even have my album covers for those? Fancy that. Imagine if I didn't. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine if I made covers for every single one of these and they're gone. Possible. Who is to say? I'm looking in various places now to see whether I can find these things that I had. And again, who is to say? Perhaps it's lost. All that work that I went to back in the day, imagine that. Funnily enough, I have film photos that I took ages ago and could indeed absolutely do that. I'm very curious as to what happened, though I'll find them somewhere. I bet I can find those somewhere. That wasn't my job today, anyhow. It was not my job to find lost criticisms. Now, where did the loudness war take over? Often there is a common factor when people talk about this. The album Livin' La Vida Loca by Ricky Martin was said to be a real trailblazer as far as excessive loudness in mastering. Before then, not necessarily that much. And that's what, in the 90s? Another key part of the loudness war was the Red Hot Chili Peppers album Californication. That is also a loudness war thing. But yeah, Livin' La Vida Loca is known to be a point at which just blatant digital distortion on everything at once became a thing. It was like a Iggy Pop level of completely trashing everything. Okay, so this, I need to do this. We're going to take that and then replace all of the bits with smaller bits. Get parameter, param A becomes just A. B. C. D. And that's now the stepped version of all of these. So we plunk it down into here as well, because we do a double precision version of all that. And then this stuff, well, this is even simpler. Copy. So the reason it says begin and end like that is because I get to do it just like this. And that's going to be what I'll do for the console versions of all this too. I don't actually have Ozone. I make my own plugins, as you might well know. So that isn't something that shows up. So that was the 64-bit. I can see that I've got BezComp Dry here and here. So this is going to be the new version of that. It should build. It did build. So I'm going to have a whole set of additional building. In fact, something that I might do this early in the week is check with a friend of mine in Discord, Bacon Paul Ludus Consolidated, and open the question of, which I'm not going to do on stream, but I'm reminded of this. So you'll forgive me for doing a little typing. So I'm going to ask Bacon Paul. I'm on stream, but reminded of something in building Pi 5 binaries, but apparently they don't make 64-bit, and there's a fork out there which individually makes all sorts of different Linux builds. Can you get my script building, if not all the versions, then at least the correct ones for the 4 and 5? I don't know the CMake. And I'll see what he has to say about that. Maybe I'll even leave that open. It's online. This is just not something that we're going to be doing on stream, and I'm not going to show our chat, because I have all this other stuff to do. But that's somebody who could get my Pi stuff building correctly. And that's one of the things I have to do manually for literally all of these things. So if I can update that build script, it's all to the good. And here's my VST. So now we see what we usually see. Back into Alien Kittens, let's get our reference. Use the stereo version. So very compressed, yes. Then VST version. Default. Now what do we got? Okay, that's what I was expecting. I was hoping that I was going to get exactly the same sound. After all, it's exactly the same code. Also note that this program changes the name of the thing. If Bacon Paul responds and wants to be pointed to the program, I'll have to shuffle my windows around a little bit so that I can deliver him both the example of the script that I'm using and the GitHub repository of the fork that has individual builds for every single thing that you could want. I also don't particularly care how he goes about doing it. I'm just thinking this is the sort of thing that he might have literally just off the top of his head. There's stuff like that all over the place where people have stuff and they know how to do things, and I'm just floundering, not knowing how to do them because I flounder and don't know how to do them, and nobody will come and help because it's not their job. Let's see, K Rockstar. See, this is something I'm looking forward to coming out. I have to make sure it is up to speed. Looks to be, the answer to that is yes. I think it's going to need to build again. I do have Airwindows mastering, it's just a little strange. There's a little more to that. Mastering is an odd duck. Honestly, I could see doing a mastering that would be either the current BezEQ, which applies a bunch of... So, I have a version of BezEQ that applies this elaborate latency to everything. And then I've got the most recent version that has no latency and has a weird tonal quality. Either of those would do for a mastering update. And then clip only 3 at the end of it. Because the latency compensated BezEQ has this mysterious quality of being able to bring in extremely intense and transparent boosts and cuts. Oh, Punchy Guitar is one of the things I need to be updating today. I need to be updating Punchy Guitar today. Also, Punchy Deluxe is also in that queue. So let's see. And of course, there's also the possibility that what I need to do is the newest form of saturation plugin I'm working on. The one that is, it's Beyond, or whatever the hell it is I was calling it. Firstly, this built, yes. This is what I'm looking at right now. making sure it's included. And then I got to go and build everything else all over again from the start. But that's why I mentioned that to Bacon Paul is one of the... I have to go and manually build all of these in VST for Windows in 32 and 64-bit, but then it becomes time to build the Linux ones. And if I could get the Linux build for at least the 500 working properly, because some of what I'm hearing back is that the Pi 5 build isn't working properly. And I don't like that. And if I can do all of this tedious work of updating all of these things, we also got nearly signs and glitchos. And there was something else too. And it wasn't hack signs, was it? Which is the one that I have? Which is the new one that I have? Longhand. Longhand. I've got longhand. That's what some of these updates came from. So I know that's updated. The question is, should I be using longhand rather than sign for Punchy Guitar and Punchy Deluxe? And that's a good question. It's a fair question. It will involve more work, because of course it will. Everything involves more work. How are we doing here? Okay. That is the update. This is the 32-bit version of that update. That's all I need to do from here. This one was not a change the fundamental principle of the program. This was I'm updating the background. Does make me wonder whether the denormals stuff would also benefit from a revision. I don't know the answer to that. If it did, I'd have to go and do all of this over again. Maybe let's not get into that can of worms right now. So there's our new reverb. And Nuclear Beatmaker. Yeah, it does make me wonder very much. Like, here, I can do a little... In theory, this should be very similar. We'll do Alien Kittens, because why not? So I can do this. We'll make an effect stack. We'll apply Purist Console Channel, which is not there, but I can get it to it. That is a sign. Then, with no further alteration, and then longhand is the recent one. I think I've got it in VST. Not that I'll be looking for it in VST. So that becomes the question. This, that's also a sign, kinda. So if we set that, this should be the same. And we're peaking at -169. And this is clearly not the same. Okay, why is that not the same? It's supposed to be the damn same. Or I'm misinterpreting completely. Let's go back to the AUs. Fine, let's find out why this wasn't the same. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. Well, what do I have to do in order to get this to be actually unity gain? Because whatever I had, that wasn't it. How about 1 divided by 7? And then the square root of that, 0.3599. So that's basically pretty close to 0.36. Okay, let's see. Back to here. No wonder that wasn't right. Right. Okay, so that's minus 1.72. That's pretty close to it. So these are supposed to be exactly the same. But this one, Purist Console Channel, is similar to what I've got in Punchy Guitar. And we could switch to this. Do we have any update in tone quality between the one and the other? Aurora Dreamer, that's exactly my concern and what I'm going to try to solve before next week. So yeah, these are in theory the same thing. I think longhand actually can do better. I've got just this little sense of more open tone. This is the math function sine parentheses. And this is longhand, which is the math function sine parentheses. I do think I like it better. I do think I'm going to want to build that into Punchy Guitar and Punchy Deluxe. Which, speaking of which, I do in fact have that. But I think we could do better. Oh, to be able to get that to do better. So yeah, that'll be interesting. Quit out of there. So longhand is the new sign calculation. The one that isn't a degenerate weird sign calculation made to be done in some peculiar way. I shouldn't need that open anymore. And yeah, so where were we at? I had just built Rockstar. All of these things I need to rebuild the VSTs in Windows and Linux versions, and that's what remains for this. And also making the signed macOS and VST. which the signed Mac OSs may involve me fooling with the plugins. If I've already built the signed version, I might be able to step through those a little faster. Or not. We'll see. Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm feeling bad about burning the money on the 500. I wish I could have done otherwise. I thought I was going to be able to start putting out Pi 5 just by buying one and compiling on it. I would like to be able to do that. I'd like to be able to maybe have the Pi 500 produce all of the Pi variations I need. I don't mind how many Linux builds I put out. They're run on a script. It's pretty straightforward. And if I could, perhaps through the aid of Bacon Paul, who may or may not be willing to help, if I could have the script that I run produce all the variations that it needs, I'd more than happily do that. But yeah, and also it wasn't 300. Not really. No, it was the Pi 500 that I got. That at least I can write off on taxes, so that is not necessarily all a bad thing, as long as I can cover it. And I like having them, although I can't really plug my interfaces into them very well, or at least I don't think I can. But I wouldn't mind being able to run a script, my build script, and even if it built everything by hand each time, because some of them seem to be able to recognize when something's been built and some of them do not. But I want to put out a variation for everything that people need. In Aurora Dreamweaver, there is a serious problem with instructions for compiling locally. And the problem is I have VSD2s. So unless Steinberg does something different, people can't compile these themselves. I can compile it for them, and that's it. I'm talking to Bacon Paul again now. Yeah, Paul says it should just work, and that he gets a 64-bit output, and I should be getting a 64-bit output, which I would have to agree. So, alrighty then. If that's the case, I can just start building stuff, and it'll be fine. Except for somebody thinks it's not fine. Anywho, it's always something. So I've just done Rockstar. Now I must go and attend to LR Convolve. When we get to Punchy Guitar, that's when it's going to get a little interesting because I'll be trying to bring in the longhand code. Yeah, see, Aurora, I can't build LV2 and clap. Consolidated builds those. Consolidated is something else. I don't do that one. Oh, also I get to update Paralite. That should be fun. That hasn't come out yet. It'll be nice to have that updated in the ways that I'm updating. P. Except for L is what I was looking for, not P, not yet. LR Convolve 3. Let's see what I was up to with this. We're in the AU section. I have updated the floating point dither. That's the only thing that should change. What even did this do? We got 2 knobs for it. Let's build it and see what it makes. Yeah, Paul suggests that me just building on the Pi should be giving me the correct results. Also, if Pi 5 has to be 64-bit, there's really no reason for me to have it be anything different, so I could just update the build script on the Pi 5. I feel like my build script is so simple that it should be coming up with its own architecture, just being run on a computer. And I don't know why it wouldn't have been doing that. But then it's also possible the person who was giving me complaints was doing so because they did something wrong. Who can say? LR convolve 3. Bada boom. And bada boom. Newest version. Over to LR convolve 3 for then when we're finished, I'll run it on something and we'll see what it does. That is the correct code for that. And that is the correct code for that, except for we're not using it because it's in double already. Build, sir. We'll walk through some of these things fast enough anyhow. Probably slow down a little bit when we get up to Punchy Guitar, but I mean, what's not to like about updating Punchy Guitar, not only to have this really fastidious floating point dither stuff updated, but also to directly update what was formerly just a sine function to longhand. That seems like that could be really neat. Whether it makes a lot of difference to people is another story, but it seems like that could be fun. All to the good, having more sounds on tap. LR convolve VST. Or did you want to hear what this does or not? I'll take a moment to show what this does if anybody wants to hear it. I think I have my stereo thing on this computer. I think Consolidated does include LB2. What am I doing? Yeah, let's see. I'm all about the clap. It's just that for me to manually port 500 plugins to clap, in addition to who knows how many other platforms it would be on, would be a back-breaking, unreasonable amount of work. Oh, does it? Nice. Let's see. Convolve 3 test. Cool. What's this? Convolve 3 test. We're about to find out. So there's a guitar in one side and a drum in the other. Here's the thing that you don't have yet that I could be putting out. Airwindows Convolve 3. Each previous version of Convolve had its own little behavior, but this is a further one. And I guess it shows up after console. Well, what's going on here? Why don't I see any of my convolve? Or is it LR convolve? I bet it's LR convolve. I bet that's what I call. Yeah, it is. I was looking at a convolve. That's not correct at all. So that's a drum sound convolved with a guitar. And there's a guitar convolved with the drum. And then we've got this smooth in here. What does that do? It gets in the way. So basically what this is doing, And I've got another convolve. This must be there specifically for the purpose of having things that are not as obvious. So the original convolve test works like this. There's a note. So it's doing a funny thing, this one. I think it's a off-on. There's my fundamental tone. So LR Convolve 3 is for taking two audio sounds rather than specifically just straight up convolution. And this is what the original convolve was for. L, not M. I think convolve 2. This is when I discovered that you can run a full-on tone and a voice, and if the tone's in the right place, it turns the voice into the Swedish chef. But none of these will actually convolve the two sources for Convolve 3 test very well, because Convolve 3 test is for trying to hybridize two things rather than just totally mangle them, which is what the original convolves are for. In fact, the Convolve 1 probably does something like that, but then I updated it a little bit. So let's see what Convolve 1 did. And so that's actually brighter and more aggressive than 2. Convolve 2 let you tone it down a little bit, made it a little bit. Convolve 3 is not out, man. I guess he must have built it off of the website or something. We're not even done with Convolve 3. Convolve 3 isn't out. It might not even be a remotely recent build. So if you found that and built it somehow, that might have something to do with how crazy it went. Let's quit out of here again. And yeah, if it's throwing crazy numbers, it might have something to do with whether modulate is ever literal 0. And that's an interesting question, isn't it? Can modulate be 0? Oh, well, maybe that also. Yeah, as long as we're going over this and doing it again, let's sanity check it. Well, that's not right. Yeah, let's sanity check this while we're at it. See, we've got to divide by modulate. That could give infinity if it was 0. So here we are trying to do this. We're not really safeguarding against silences at all here. we get to generate this. This is reversing these things. This is applying this stuff. Carrier starts at input sample L. So one thing we can do here is check to see if modulate's 0. And we could check to see that twice. Also, is it going to be modulate becomes absolute value of one or the other of these, so it's going to be positive. IR sample smooth plus modulate times 1 minus smooth. In theory, that's going to keep it away from 0, but in practice, you never know. So we're going to add a little more logic. And so now we don't actually ever get to do this divide and then multiply business unless we have a legit modulate that is not going to blow up and die. And technically, the first one we've got there, we can do the square root function just fine because I'm pretty sure you can do a square root of 0 if it winds up dropping off and becoming 0. So there, we can do that. And we can build it, and we can update the VST with the same code. And then we can run that again and see if it is still throwing infin for RMS. Because indeed, it's not supposed to be doing that. Ideally, it doesn't crash the thing even so. But it really shouldn't be doing that no matter what. Option drag. Oh, baby, now you're such a drag. And back to the convolve 3 test. Oh, people are welcome to try to copy the code from the screen and attempt to compile it. That floats your boat, knock yourself out. So, negative inf. We're supposed to see negative inf if we have absolute literal silence. Oh, it did show an N, doesn't it? I'm honestly not sure what's causing it to do that. I honestly couldn't tell you. For funsies, we can apply it. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's doing a nan because we've got a... Oh, hi. No, that's not right. Something else is happening here. Well, now, aren't you an interesting little behavior? What's going on with this? Clearly, I could do with updating this. First, though, I can tell something useful out of this. See how there's a waveform, kinda, sorta? We normalize. Yeah, so that clearly something worrying is happening here, and so this is worth me finding it out, and that nan is probably the tip-off of what happened. So let's put this back, first of all. And let's explore what's happening with this craziness, because something is going on. And if I can fix it here, I can fix it in the VST. And you're probably still ain't seeing this anytime soon. But what's going on with this? Oh, I bet I know one of the things that might be going on. So modulate is over 0, so we're fine with that. But, what if we're trying to do square roots of negative numbers and that's freaking it out? Is that happening with my previous versions? Do we have my previous versions available? Perhaps not. Haha. Now what have we got? We'll do square root negative of square root carrier and see what we got there. Also, I just lost Bacon Paul, so he's busy doing something. His typing wasn't even very coherent. So are you confirming that that is not a number? I'm quite prepared to believe that, in which case this would be the fix. Let's see whether we got it. In fact, I'm pretty sure that that is a fix. So let's see. We got to add the modulate, and we got to do this bit. I bet this might help. We'll find out. We'll find out pretty soon. And then when we apply it, looky there. It lives. Good thing I didn't put that out. We had bug fixes to do, and now we've done them. You can involve a musical sound with another musical sound. That's awesome. Let's do it with the VST now. We're just a bundle of joy today. Look at that. That's the thing that was never ready. I swear to God, I had that compiled and waiting to be released. It was in the queue. But man, much better. Oh, hey, Calbless. Long time no see. So we need that. And that. And then we need... and... this. In all of its places. There we go. So if I got that right, this will actually work. Well, you're quite welcome. I have a possible update to the monitoring plugin in that there is a possibility for a new cans that'll have even a different behavior. I think the original cans was all 4x4 matrices. I might have a 6x6 matrix ready to go for cans. It'll be interesting to see whether that works, and I'm going to have to fool with it and fool around with like what kind of, because I'm not going to necessarily want to do the position slider in there. I might just want to run the 6x6 matrix in raw and figure out at what point do you have enough of a pre-delay that the flatness of it works best within headphones. And that's going to be an interesting little exploration all to itself. Not one for today, though. Today, we get to do this. And now we've got a VST version of LR Convolve, which has just been fixed of some problems it had. So that's cool. I mean, I'm annoyed that it had the problems in the first place, but well spotted. Because that was spotted and it put me on the line of fixing it, so I thank you. And now we get to see whether it works properly using these sounds, which are unrelated, by the way. Those are not to the same time signature, but we can force them to be with LR Convolve 3. And you also get to hear more of the underlying sound. If you switch it over to the drum channel, it really does mostly sound like drums. But then if you switch it over to the distorted guitar channel, all of a sudden the guitars are being gated like they were drums. So this is bound to have its uses. Like I could see if you were able to route stuff left to right into a thing, such as, for instance, running aux sends to appropriate places and panning them or something, so that you could sit this on like a bass track, and then you run LR Convolve on the bass track, and you have mostly the bass track coming through, but then you run the kick drum. You would have a bass that was being also gated by the kick drum, which is something that Steely Dan did back in the day, I believe. Kind of. I think that Glamour Profession on the Steely Dan album Gaucho, if it doesn't do something like that, it does something related. Because there's a bass track that's like and a very sharp drum part, but then there's this little boop that perfectly aligns with the kick drum and comes around periodically. And it's like they took the bass part and goosed its volume just for an instant and gated it, similarly to how this is gated. So that's also something that one could do. And I forgot to run the test and be sure. So I'm going to run the test and be sure. Yep, that is fixed. That is a fully functioning waveform doing all the things it's supposed to do. Cool. I'm actually kind of excited to put this out now. That is something that I didn't have before, and I didn't realize that it wasn't quite up to snuff, and now it totally is. So yeah. Yeah. Manhaj is the one who found that one. Okay, pair light EQ. This should not require edits or changes. We'll even show it to you afterwards. So pair is interesting because it's this sort of bizarre, like, is it like a biquad? Is it like a that other the Datora filter that I made, state variable? What is it really? And the answer is I'm not really sure. I just came up with it using like saved amounts and saved variables and having it try to chase the angle that the filter was already going and doing stuff like that. And I got pair filter. So I started using it on stuff. And here we get to do multiple stages where we are, so pair max. So where are we getting that from? Okay. And this is an end-to-end. See, there's only L's there. Pretty sure I have a fully functioning and working stereo version in the VST, and I believe that is actually done. It's implemented in a slightly odd way. But the important part is I needed to update this. It has been, so now I need to build it. I managed to go through and sort of automatically update a bunch of those things. But that doesn't mean they don't need to be compiled and built and put in their relevant places. And that's what we're busy doing today. Once I finish, all of this stuff can sit on my desktop in the queue for releasing things. We just get to walk through this now and sometimes update things while we're at it. So option drag, there we go. That's an older item because it was the first one. And as long as we're talking about this, JDK elemental P, do believe pair light EQ is what we just made. Too hard to find out. So that's pretty intense. That's actually fairly steep. That's fairly steep, it is. This should be fun to put out. I could honestly use that in certain console instances. I'm still quite excited for using the Bez EQ for console X, but for some of the ones that are meant to be like existing consoles out there, this would do a pretty decent job. I could also do a version of it which wouldn't be light anymore, but I could do a version of it where it incorporates the changing of the frequencies for the 4 bands, but apparently I've already got the bands here, so this is cool. So if there's a pair EQ and it's not light, what does that mean? Let's find out. pretty sure ParaQ is already out. The reason we're talking about that is because it has already been released. So what did it have? Was it doing the stuff that I do usually? Oh, no, it was not. ParaQ is like a 6-band. What the heck? That's wild. Yep, that's sub. One thing about it, it's better behaved than Angle EQ. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Paralight EQ. Paralight EQ gets to come out, and it is exactly the same as ParaEQ, but not as many bands, meaning it's the number of bands that I build into my console versions these days. And that's interesting. That suggests that there could be a less light version of Par using that same code, but then also letting you change the cutoff frequencies for things. And I could fool with how steep the cutoffs are too, because they maybe don't need to be as steep as that. All right, that was Paralight. And then so also is this. So we'll have a look at that. Yep, that is the update as it needs. Here we've got a stereo version of it. And we've got it set up to step through these positions until it's done. Again, that's what that's supposed to be. That's set up to be the same thing. Excuse me, I get tired. Yeah, so a adjustment could be made to these. I love how simple it is, though. This is not complicated code. But I could make the adjustments so that they would have frequency controls. And they might even act a little bit like Smooth EQ, where there would be a tilting waveform effect on there. I'm not sure. It would be interesting to find out. But yeah, this part is up to date. This is the part that it needs to include, which it has. We've also included this. All of these now have a dither wide for the floating point dither. Now, you're not supposed to be able to hear that, but now both the bottom level noise floor for denormalization and also the floating point and also anything referring to noise inside the plugins has a dither wide in them. And we'll build this. And then the next thing you know, we can move on to other things like Punchy Deluxe and Punchy Guitar. But first, Paralight EQ. I believe that is legit and shouldn't pose any problems. I'm glad that I caught the problems with LR Convolve, though. Better to have that fixed up. And then we got some stuff to do on soft clock, and I wouldn't mind being able to incorporate the changes in Dynamics 3 into the console build. I would not at all mind bringing that into the console build by the time the day is up. because a lot of it is basically ready to go, and it needs only some changes. Needs to be updated. I got to remind myself how I went about doing the Dynamics build. Also, X2 Bus is going to be a complete revision. There's going to be more to do there. And I keep thinking there's more to do with soft clock. I've got a bunch of stuff ready for soft clock, but I keep feeling like, shouldn't I be adding some more weird odd time signatures? Like, surely I must be overlooking some. There must be some. Oh, and it is actually getting on towards 3 o'clock, not 4. I would be remembering to thaw out my cheese. Yes, correct. I'll be trying to remember that at 4. And then I get to have my tacos at 5, and I have moved on towards my cheaper soft tacos, which those are the ones where I have to eat them more carefully or I'll bite my lip. I'll bite the side of my mouth by mistake, and that's no fun. So basically I just have to, when I'm having the real proper good tacos, which are also cheaper than American taco shells, I have to not rush. I have to start dinner early enough, so it means I have to get off the stream early enough that I'm not feeling like I'm scrambling in order to finish dinner and go to do my exercises and blah, 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 etc. And yeah, I feel like I'm going to be stepping into more of the console emulation space. I'm pretty sure that's something that's going to be happening. God, I'm so tired. I only got a couple of hours of sleep last night, and I was up at like something horrifying like 11. So I did work on some of these things. I did work on Dynamics, which is what you saw earlier. And then I basically went back to bed, and I was able to get a few more hours, but it's rough, so getting the sleep is a challenge. Sometimes not. Sometimes it's fine. Probably the week coming up or so is going to be more challenging for me that way. So let's see what we're looking at here. Looks like we're doing pure saturation. But we could be doing longhand. So that's pretty straightforward. And there's one on the very end. Poles drive times 11. Well, that's interesting. How many poles can we even have? How's this thing going to act? Do I have it set up correctly? Probably. I feel like if I didn't have this set up correctly, I would have got it by now. We'll ignore this bit, and we'll go and dig up longhand. And since this is the audio unit, it's actually being done as end-to-end. See, it's only one input and output. So I'm pretty sure drive starts as 1. And you can boost it, but you don't get to attenuate it, which seems a little weird. Like maybe it would be better if drive could be back down. And this is Punchy Deluxe, so it's like whatever. They both start at 1, but pad will chase the smallest and drive will chase the largest. And I'll be in Scotland before you. So open recent file. No, project. No, that's not available there either. Let's go dig it up. Let's not even open it this way. It's actually not there. It's not even going to be there. And I'll tell you why. It's because I haven't got it put it with, or do I? No, I do. I do have it there. Sorry, I'm all confused. It's one of those days. This is going to be probably a couple of weeks where I'm just barely holding it together. And that's fine, because like, if you don't like holding it together, imagine the alternatives. Plugins, audio units, element OP for longhand. This is the one I want. And apparently it's based on input sample L, but that's fixable. I'll show you how in a moment. For now, we want to replace this with this, which is even more hardcore. Turns into a wheel and drives off. Hell yeah. Perfect. Perfect. No notes. So we simply replace all of the bits there with this stuff. And instead of doing parasaturation, we'll do literally a normal sine, which is probably a better idea for this one. And technically that also means we could be using pi for this bit. So that's a good idea. I'll do that. First things first, apply this bit. Apply that bit. And then we have m pi 2. Because if we're doing a real sine, it will clamp it a little bit more. In theory, that should just work. And we've got this part done already. It's going to need to build twice. It's set up without any of its support files, and so it has to build this. Oh, also, I have failed a thing. I said I was going to do a thing, and let me show you what the thing is that I was going to do. All the rest of that stuff doesn't matter. This does. In fact, now we'll be able to build, but it won't work. But now we get to do this. And having done that, we get to put that away. And now it should run just fine. Also, we don't even need to keep this open for the next bit because we've got this for everything else we're doing. Let's see. Or maybe I don't know anymore. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. Build, build, and rebuild. We're getting this done. Then we'll listen to what it sounds like. Ironic to be building Punchy Deluxe first. Usually I put that after, but in this case, it's alphabetically first. Then back to here. Now if I do Punchy Deluxe component, it may cause the poor laptop to fall over and die from being too hard. But let's see what we got. Because we're doing a lot of long double calculations here. But it might just be fine. We'll find out real quickly. Oh, and presumably that's its default, huh? Oh, no, I guess not. Okay. We may be running through a lot of instances of this, but it's not doing much. We've got Punchy Deluxe, and we've got essentially a pretty clean sound. As always, it's madness. Yeah, so Punchy Deluxe is the one that doesn't have its own gain control, so you got to boost stuff into it for make it go. And critical is spelled that way because I only get 7 letters. If I type it critical, it will end up being spelled critica. Because CRTICAL is 7 letters, much like dry wet, for instance. And you'll see that none of these have more than 7 letters because the official VSD2 number of letters that you're allowed to have is 7. Now, people have constantly used more, and it's very commonly a thing because Steinberg made their own rules for their own stuff and then produced their own plugins that didn't follow that instruction, but they wouldn't tell people what the real safe number was. And if you built VSD hosts according to their rules, it would be restricted to 7 letters. And so I just honor what the SDK says, even though it is lies. Plugin development, I tell you. And now we're going to do Punchy Deluxe. VSD version. And similarly, this looks to be pretty much the same as the other. And then we're going to do the same thing of grabbing data out of longhand. Except for we do it slightly more often this time. So here's our tippy top version. From here on down, we have this. Ooh, although interestingly, look at that. We're apparently going to be dragging the left and right versions of these to different places. So, fair, I guess. That's just a thing now. However, the way to plunk it down would be to paste that in and then put this version here. Oh, and we're apparently not... Okay, that needs updating, clearly. We can but try. See, this is more literally what we're actually doing this time around, so that's interesting. We've got these more consistent. They are more consistent now than they were. Also, that is a... So that's frickin' weird, because apparently I'm clamping it to full wavefolding. It will clamp to silence, which is not exactly what I had in mind. So let's not do that. Let's do this. _2. Put it there. Put it here. Put it here. And then... And longhand does wavefold, but this will not. We'll copy that. We'll plunk that right in there. And then we do have to clip this. So we're going to clip it after having done this stuff. And now we've got it the same as the audio unit version. Ooh, but do we need to redefine? Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, well, we'll finish with this for now, because I'm pretty sure we're done with this for now. And from denormalization to dither, which has been updated. And then this, from denormalization to dither. We'll see if it builds. Probably will. Seems to have. It should also work. The thing that had me wondering was, I've got X defined inside the loop, but do we define it here and have that be a problem, or is it going to be fine? I'm thinking it's going to be fine. I think there is no problem with that. But one way to find out. If we build this and it works, then we can move on to Punchy Guitar, and people can have Punchy Guitar once that comes out. I do feel this is unironically a big improvement, though. And I'd better test it and make sure it's good. I'm not sure I've seen pigeons in Bellows Falls, God bless. I'm not sure I've seen them. You'd think we'd have some. Here's the one we just did. Raunchy. It's very sensitive. Now highs don't give you much. For your default, this goes to 0.5. Okay, that's enough fun. Clearly it's working. It's working to a terrifying degree. I'm not sure, Nuclear Beatmaker. I hesitate around that stuff sometimes because sometimes it's that I have fixed some kind of problem. It might be a really gritty problem, but we wouldn't cover all the bases that people turn to cassette-style-y things. That said, point taken. I hear you. I might not be obeying you, but I'm hearing you. Punchy guitar next. No, not pointy, punchy. Also, there is the possibility of maybe doing an edgy guitar sometime, which is just a straight clip. That could be kind of neat. I could see that being an interesting thing. Yeah, what I have in pointy guitar is more of a sort of a sharp 10H-like saturation rather than a softer sine-style saturation. And of course, chimey guitar and chimey deluxe. And there's been two different versions of chimey guitar. Both of those are attempts at Bezier compression. So those don't have that at all, much less longhand. So yeah, where was I at? I was looking for punchy guitar, PQR. This might be people's first port of call for this stuff. So this one has gating, this one has various other things like it. It's a little more complicated. The deluxes are actually rather simple in their way. This one has a dedicated drive control, which is handy. The deluxes have 10 bands, but I can only do 10 controls and fit into consolidated, so that's why that is the way it is. This actually already has 10 bands. As you see, the way that's working is we're taking the ones on the edges, and then we're taking the intermediate ones and just interpolating between. And that helps it become a little more manageable, but it still has a bit of a tinge of being a little weird and creepy. But then what's not to like about that? It's marvelous. So we're doing a zero cross gate apparently. And here's the spot to fix. Longhand AU, which if I remember correctly is actually using the input sample L version of that. We're going to be clamping to the sine-based version, and we're going to be doing this. It's going to be fun putting out this long double, or this longhand version of a sine. I honestly feel like it sounds a little bit different, although I don't have any special reason to swear by that. I'm not going to swear by that. I'm going to be like, yeah, regular sine's probably just fine. but it's the process of going about doing it. So there we are. Honestly, I probably don't even need to fix this the slow way. Could be faster to just use my fingers. Do that with it, and now it's ready to go. Also, Punchy Guitar doesn't have a sine stage on the output. Punchy Guitar has the cab simulation of the output and an output level control. Meaning that in a way, it's like more controllable, but it probably doesn't have quite the roundness and tonal quality of Deluxe. Because Deluxe is where things get a little freaky. Maybe a little less controllable, maybe a little more challenging, but capable of weird, vivid, sonorous, horrifying distortions and stuff. Gotta love those. Oh, MPI 2 is not declared in this scope. Are you going to, once you finally load math? This is it not loading math yet. There we go. See, it loaded math and then it knew what this constant was. And then we'll probably load up the VST version of Longhand for the VST version of Punchy. However, interesting side effect of this, I can probably make it sound like it's just the guitars by doing the same thing. Let's find out if that's true. Does it sound like just the guitars? Well, that's messy. Oh, it's... okay, Punchy Guitar starts out with a heavy tone. And an unreasonable amount of gain. So it's a little strange. Ooh, can we gate it? There's the gate. All right, all in good fun. Successfully got Punchy Guitar. Let's do VST version. Let's do, that was actually Longhand VST version. I didn't load it that way. Here we go. This ought to be pretty straightforward. This stuff up here doesn't change. That stuff there doesn't change. This is the line that changes. And we're going to be doing the same thing, apparently, of we're doing the channels separately. But that's manageable. We can pull that one off. We'll just copy that. We only need it in one place, so we don't need to have it doubly. Now we have both of them. There's our MPI2, which is our minimum and maximum. Likewise for this, and then the double precision version. Okay, so here's left. Now I need to take right. Goes here. And I'm going to skip ahead to here. And then right back up for that initial, which defines the variables too. And it also defines x as long double and assigns input sample to it, and then multiplies it by itself after it's already been made long double. So it's a degree of additional quality in there for what that's worth, which may not be a lot. We'll see. I do that stuff because I think it's amusing and interesting to see what happens when I push it in that direction. Here is the original version of that stuff from here. And there we go. Oh, Mr. Trick, what's going on here? Oh, it's in a for loop. That's why. Okay, that's fixable. It does actually need to redeclare those because that one was in a for loop and this is in another for loop. So they both need to be declared. Once we're out of the for loop, none of that's happening anymore. So that's going to also convey itself over to here. And it sure enough has. But now we should be good. Looks like we are. No issues. Speak for yourself. Punchy Guitar VST. Still got to do all the Linux versions of it, you know. That's going to be a day of seriously determined work. Oh, I've copied it onto the wrong thing. There we go. And in fact, I do have a guitar sound, which I think I can straight up run VSTs on. I think you can just run VSTs on a mono, and it'll automatically convert it. I think it's audio units where it runs into a problem. I could be wrong. Also, I'm in the P. Remembering where we're at, always a challenge. Yep. So, That's punchy guitar. Gnarly, but that's the plugin. That's punchy guitar. We can put it back to default for sort of a vaguely chunky sort of thing. I'm not sure that's the setting I would choose for it, but that is its default. So explore. Use that to explore and find better defaults. I'm thinking that one's done. Where are we at? I'm kind of longing for a break, but I'm also kind of longing for my tacos and for the day to be over, and it will happen in its due time. Soft clock. Do I feel up for looking over soft clock and seeing whether it has all of the variations it needs? So here's the thing. The code of soft clock, that's pretty straightforward. That's not actually hard. It's also not needing to be edited in any way. It's like literally just this. It's fine. The reason it's a stereo plugin is because I don't want to deal with the prospects of running an end-to-end plugin and then having them get out of sync. That's kind of antithetical to what soft clock is supposed to be able to do. So I've made it be stereo on purpose. This, however, is what has me wondering. Because if I'm going to go and update this stuff, that could get messy. So the way these tiny timing things add up is what gets kind of weird and twitchy. The rest of this is working for the time being. I've got a series of accents. Swing is essentially being overridden by some of my controls. And we've got stuff like it's essentially you can tell it to be 16 and it'll do 16. It's trying to do prime numbered other counts elsewhere. And the question is, how many of these individual ways of counting beats do I have or do I need? I've got my card game. That is another project. If this one, especially now, is going to become If I can get it going, it'll turn into a Kickstarter just so that I can fund it. Because I'm in no position to do this now. I can't do this anymore. Unless I was to draw them out by hand and sell them for $1 billion, but that's ridiculous, so we're not doing that. But we've got paces here for times. And in some of these things, it's even suggesting counts. Like, for instance, cold texture. I've got a 23. 23 suggests that it could be counted as 887, 55553, or 6665. Here, in soft clock, I do have 887, yes. I have 5558. That's not the same thing as 55553. That's a completely different count. And I don't have 6665 at all. At all. So in my cards, I'm suggesting a count for 23, which isn't even represented in soft clock, and that annoys me and frustrates me. Here, I've got a 31. We don't even have counts for 31 up here. So I feel like soft clock can't come out until I've got it covering the bases that are here. And I don't feel up to this task of dealing with these right now. So that's unfortunate. I feel kind of bad about that. But I mean, it could be worse. Literally on this facing card, like on the card directly under, I've got a 19 count, which asks for an 883, I've got that. A 5554, I've got that. And a 667, which apparently I don't. But on this one, this is a card categorized as complicate in the genre of how you express yourself. The opposite of it is simplify. You flip the card for the next stage of music that you're going to do. But I have a count for a 41 here that is beyond belief. You can count 41 beats by going 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. That gets you to 41 in the most horrendously ridiculous way. So I enjoy the idea of doing some of these, but Soft Clock 3 won't support them. I could put it out as is and have Soft Clock 4 for when I finally get that stuff, and there could be a special case for the 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. Not that anybody should ever do that. That's a ridiculous thing to do, and nobody should ever count a song off that way. But you could. Technically, you could. It would be a dumb, silly thing to do, but you could. So let's, you know what? Let's leave it at that. In order to expand Soft Clock up enough to cover all the bases that I'd cover in the card game, which is also not coming out anytime soon, you'd have to make it be so outlandish. I've already got 32 individual options to choose from. Maybe the final version of Soft Clock that can cover all of the things in the card game would be a GUI version, which has a bunch of other things built into it. But in order to get it to do this update, all I have to do is compile it. So let's say Soft Clock 3 can come out without quite covering all those bases. Instead, it has all the same counts that Soft Clock 2 had, and perhaps even 1. I don't remember whether I changed between 1 and... And this will be fun to put out because this is the one that applies different feels to it based on what the tempo is. And that was actually quite tricky. I had to do it this way. What that's doing is kind of zooming in on what the nearest, how do I even describe this? I'm not sure if I can even describe this. The speed and swagger and such that is in Soft Clock 2 becomes automated. So if you're going for a tempo, and this applies even if you're doing like 4/4s, if you're going for a tempo using Soft Clock, in Soft Clock 3, it automatically assigns the pace of it and the vigorousness of how the frequency swoops and the swagger factor of it based on what the tempo is. Tempos will tend to call for particular feels, particular vibes. There are tempos that are relaxed, and those have to just sort of swing very gently. And there are tempos that are sort of maximally tense, for instance, 140 BPM. And those have the sharp little edgy sounds of the speed for Soft Clock, ramps way up for that stuff. And then in between, if you wind up settling on a tempo that is slightly different because you're like, oh, that's pushing a little bit too hard, let's pull it back, it will chase that and give you the vibe that is relevant for whatever that tempo should be. And I've just built it, so we're ready to go. I got to do all the Linux versions of it and everything. So we're going to skip through that part then. We're going to release it as it currently exists, and we can talk about Soft Clock 4 for if I get to take it to ridiculous counts of things and cover everything that's listed in my card game, which is also not out. PQRS. We've got it there as well. And similarly, here's our new value. And here all of this stuff, I would need to make many more options to count these all up. Or multiple sliders. One slider for the basic count number and another slider for what's your initial option. So what I mean by that, and it kind of automates this, but this could very easily be multiple sliders as well. What I mean by that is if you're counting like a 17, you could just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, etc. Or you can build it in chunks. So what that means is you've got a 17, and in fact I can even look it up. It'll say it right here. And you could want it to be counted in 4s. Well, what does that give you? That gives you 4, 4, 4, 4, 1. Or alternately, you could call it 4, 4, 4, 5. And it's a slightly off-putting count because it's such a small difference. But then there's other ones, like you could count 17 as 7, 7, 3. That also works. Much like you can count 13 as 4, 4, 5, also on screen, or as 5, 5, 3. So if you're counting a 13, you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. And if you make a riff that's composed of chunks like that, where it's a recognizable thing, and it could be repeated or it could be incremental. And that makes funky riffs that are based on an odd time signature, but people's brains can grasp them. And there will come a day when I get to play with this stuff again, at which point I will experiment with these concepts. For now, we're going to hit build and build the VST version of this same thing. And then all I've got to do is distribute it, and we're good. Soft Clock 3. So next thing to come up is going to be a little bit more cumbersome. Also, I just put that in the wrong place. That's where it goes. So, clean up the desktop a little bit. That didn't work. The reason that didn't work is because I need to not have that be selected. It needs to make enough space for it, at which point everything will scooch into its place. So here's where stuff gets a little bit busy, because this is the last of things up to longhand, which is also ready to go. And then the other ones, like nearly signs, is going to get a little bit more development. glitchosk is essentially nearly signs, but manipulated in a weird way. My console X3 is waiting to be made. We're going to scooch that up next, I think. I'm going to scooch these down. And then locations is more reverbs. Bezier Cubed never successfully was completed. And so I will get to console X3 probably on my own time, or maybe Thursday. But we're going to poke into X2 bus a little bit, because that was originally what was literally in console X2 to quite a large extent. In fact, you look at it here and you see that it's got the console X EQ built into it. So it's like there's kind of a lot going on here. It's almost like it's everything for the console X2 bus, except for it's like the console X2 pre. Okay, excuse me, Ben, I'm so tired. But we need to include dynamics, and we can do all of this stuff much better than it's currently being done. But that involves doing this all twice. And then we've got this, and then we've got a TAPAC section, which technically doesn't have to be a TAPAC section. We could be putting longhand in there instead. But TAPAC does have its own, it has something going for it. There was another experiment I also wanted to try. Somebody sending me email was talking about how they wanted to have stuff saturate to a volume that was louder than just silence, and that's not actually a thing unless it is. So there could be an experiment to be done. I hear dirt bikes outside. There could be an experiment to be done with regards to offsetting variables, much like I do in the single-ended triode plugin, where I do second harmonic, but in a symmetrical way. And what that would mean is taking stuff, and as sound gets louder, it clips. Yes, that's what you do when you're clipping. But then as it gets quieter than a certain point, the sine function kind of reverses, because the zero is somewhat offset, meaning that it would be, rather than only saturating, we'd be forcing stuff in the quiet zone to get louder, which might pull it away from silence and lead to a weird interference pattern. But if it was, because Spiral uses multiple sine factors, but then also crossfades between that and linearity. And if you did that, you would be fighting against the, also my SOAR stuff for the left-right convolve plugins handles a crossover near zero that is sketchy or problematic in some way. So there's an idea for being able to do something that does the stuff that tape hack does, but arguably more aggressively. I'm going to be looking into that. I've got a note that says dual plus minus offset saturation, which I believe is going to be enough. Much like I've got a note for Sunset Chamber because I have audio examples that I can refer to. All I have to do is refer to Van Halen's first album and I'm hearing Sunset Chamber very, very loud. That's all you got to do for a reference. That or James Taylor's Sweet Baby James album is loaded with Sunset Chamber. So that's something that Eddie Van Halen and James Taylor have in common. And I can tune the sound of that particular reverb to cover it. But then we're also working on Kickbox, the kick drum wooden box. What I'm doing this week is I'm generating more of those like wooden boxes, 4x4 householder matrices. I'm generating louder ones with maybe different settings to see what kind of thing I can get out of it. And then I'll be making a sampling of those and seeing whether I can get stuff that makes things like digital drums sound like acoustic drums. Because the guy that I'm going to be doing a cymbal with phase nudge, multiple phase nudges is what he did. So I'm going to do one called phase shove. I'm going to do a cymbal plugin that does some of that stuff for him. But then the other part is he did examples of synthesizing drums that essentially said, yeah, for most of the sound of an acoustic drum, you've got your like tone, your sine sweep and stuff, which does the electric drum. But then the sound of the beater impact is pretty much just reverb on a loud click. So that suggests that I can run with the wooden box concept. I mean, technically, you could simply use wooden box, and it would probably do just fine. Also, I was being asked for, can I have a double-sized wooden box? Well, in this case, maybe what I'll do is I will allow the stepped D-res in there so that you can use this tiny room thing to turn into a subsonic Bezier rumble, if that is what people wish. Because I bet it's what some people wish. I could see that being a popular option for it. Anywho, you know what? It is 3:54. I'm going to take a moment and play something weird and get my taco cheese thawing as I do. And we'll finish on time. This is also a form of music I enjoy. That is actually Zox boxes as a complex oscillator into a literal guitar amp. Okay. Cool beans. Back to work for the final stretch. I've got one more hour, and then it is taco time with the new soft taco shells that I have to eat more carefully, because if I rush eating soft tacos, I bite the inside of my mouth, which is terrible. But we'll hope that doesn't happen. I'll tell you on Thursday whether it did. If it did, I'll still be suffering on Thursday. Dental work is good for everybody. So here's X2 bus. So the idea here, apart from other details, like I could simply compile it and have this, and that would be fine. We're not actually doing discontinuity because I don't like running the discontinuity algorithm on the 2 bus. I feel it's too intensely coloring. Oh, Cole, I hate that. That's happened to me before. I believe this is clipping to underneath 0, although we could run it a little bit hot and then throw in clip only 3. As long as we're doing things, we could do that. We do have the darkening factor, so we can run it a tape hack, and that at least would be good. Honestly, I am warming to the idea of letting this final pad not happen and instead throwing clip only 3 on there, as long as we're going to be doing X2 bus and everything. But firstly, we got a whole thing to do in Dynamics 2, because see here we've got filters, stuff like that. Dynamics 2 was different. It was a whole different beast. And what I'll be looking to do here is, and I can close some of these things up while I'm at it. I'm looking to bring some of this stuff from here. We've got stuff like stepped. Dynamics 2 currently is not stepped. Dynamics 2 currently does not even calculate trim. And you notice that we are doing a trim, but we could also generate a slow trim. And a bunch of this stuff is going to follow, like Bezres here, this is a different equation than what we've got there. Also note there's a single control that manages all of this stuff, and it starts with being very clean, and then you get to squish stuff increasingly more until it congeals into sort of a dense, notably, it's got its own sound to it. And that's what I'm looking to preserve, but by upgrading all of the internals off of this thing. So we can start by busting this out into its own existence. So if we do this, that means we have a control that can be adjusted along a really big range. It's comparable to slow res, but not quite the same. And then the way it's implemented after all of this stuff because we do have smooth EQ for this. Well, that becomes apparently interleaving these things in this way. And then the way they interact you got fade, and see where it says CBASL and CBAFL? Those are like the final calculations for this stuff, and we've got a left and a right version. Literally all of this gets replaced by like this line. Except for we also have to generate X for the slow and fast independently. So that's where we're at with that. We've got two separate, see, fast res and slow res here. Each of which is sort of being handled in their own way. We've got a max F that's part of the algorithm. It's not necessarily the same as what's happening in slow. And then if we make these be stepped algorithms, that means this stops being -1 and this becomes equal 0. And the whole thing involves doing this stuff. Looks like I have a gain level, but I don't have a pan, because this is just the bus processor. I mean, I could build this and run it and decide like, oh, I'd never finished doing this. I just completed it without actually having it be done. But I'll skip over the whole EQ section. It's based on biquad filters and it's functional. It's just more cumbersome than I would like. Okay, fascinating. I do have filters on. Let's have a quick look. So I got all this stuff going on, and some of this will not relate to what I'm currently doing. But I can worry about that later. Or maybe not even worry about it. We'll just see what it does. But the whole compression stuff that I'm laboring over lives on these final two controls. We've got the full-on smooth EQ adjustments for frequencies and the frequency centers and the way that the pseudo shelves work, because when you take the smooth EQ shelving thing and you shift it, it's also tilting the top of the shelf. And all of that is all well and good. And I'm delighted with it, but the only parts I'm actually working to change are in fact the, nothing's stopping me from putting Bez EQ in here, but I'm not going to. But because it's more like if it's a X2 bus, it should have the X2 EQs in it. They're fine. They're good EQs. They're all good EQs, Bront. But the compression is one control on the bus for console X. And in fact, this uses up 10 controls, and so that's why it's X2 bus. It has that, and it has the compression, and it has a final output fader, which could be used to slam K-Pack, yes, but it could also be used to slam clip-only 3. But yeah, it is its own kind of compression that's not going to reappear again. And that's why I'm kind of interested in getting it to work nicely. I'm kind of interested in getting this to behave itself and have the updates that I like to build into these. So let's see where we got out of this stuff. BezRes. Well, funny thing, I'm actually using a BezRes. So we can do this. If I then turned around and built it into slow res, we could follow the same pattern. But more like this. Then we wouldn't be reinitializing stepped. And if I do that, now I have an individual stepped compression for both of the compressors that are simultaneously running in X2 bus. So this is the kind of thing I'm interested in, because I feel like in making X2 bus, I would prefer to replace it with the Dynamics 3 that I've got now for Console X3. I feel like I've got that working so well that I'd like it to be basically the same one again. Build that into Console X3, have it be on the bus, and just use it like that. But this one was different. This one was a weird science experiment. And what I want to do is optimize that science experiment so that there's a higher value, a higher resolution version of it for if anybody liked the way that bus worked. It would be a standalone one. It would be a standalone Airwindows bus compressor, probably not to be revisited, but one that will have its own thing going on. And then I can try it out on various things and see what it does, see what it's like. Starts here. Starts right here. And then we scroll to the bottom of that. And here's Dynamics 2. So one of the things that happens is we're no longer doing this formula to produce this result, but then we're still using these outputs. That's the challenge. Dynamics 3 uses this one line and also double X. Also, I'm not sure if I have BezComp as an internal variable. I more than suspect I do not, in fact. So let's look into that then. Here's X2 bus. Here's the output. We do not have BezComp in here. Where did I put it? We made things a lot simpler. We've also got a BezMin feature in here. Maybe I'm not going to use BezComp as an internal variable for this. Maybe I'm going to keep it more like Dynamics 2. I have about 15 minutes to play with this. 5-0 that would be. Have I ever listened to Bowl of Heaven? I think I have. I think a furry/pony artist that I follow on Blue Sky directed me towards it. Is Bowl of Heaven the album? The artist that put out an album that was like 7 days long. I feel like that's the same one. And yeah, I would indeed say that that was an enigma. Is Bowl of Heaven a like a noise act that's put out extremely, extremely long? I'm going to go and look. Yes, it is. I'm going to go and find the album that I've listened to extensively. Okay, there's is presumably okay, maybe not so much. Pieces longer than a day will not work in all media players. Yep, that's the guy. I have to look for it in videos. I've been directed to a specific album that was one of those 9-year-long things. And I want to find exactly which one it was. And I'll tell you which one I've listened to extensively. If I can find it, that is. In lieu of being able to, Full of Heaven discography. Cool, okay. I bet I'll find it there. Seems like it's been going on for some time. Did not mean that as a joke. Yup. Got there. I have extensively listened to The Wicked Cease from Struggling. I have extensively listened to The Wicked Cease from Struggling. So there you are. It's one of the longest ones. Recommended. The neat thing about it is that there's melodies that show up in it, and then you would have a hard time pinning down like whether they were really melodies or whether you were just imagining them. It's very neat stuff. Very, very neat stuff. So speaking of neat stuff, what can we do with this? I do believe that I am handling these the same way. Yeah, C equals B, B equals A equals control, and so on. So basically I need to generate CBAFL and CBASL, and that follows the same pattern as this here. And in so doing, I have to also incorporate X. But if I do that, it'll fix some of these details. I don't think I'm going to have to do the best comp equals 1 minus f mine. I think we get to generate just literally this. So let's find out. So we get to generate that. Like so. And then all of this stuff needs to get updated. So like that. Best trim exists. I've made it, so that's fine. Got to add F to each of these. And then we've got to update these so that we can use them. Actually, before we do that, in theory, we have just made this be correct for that, although we have a times 0.5 that we're not incorporating. Maybe I can cover that elsewhere. Or maybe we can just see whether it starts playing back twice as loud. Where are we at? You know what? Let's just copy that over to the other F. And then we need the S version. There it is right there. I could probably update both of those simply by doing times 0.5 afterwards. That would work just fine, I think. Because we know we got to scale it to the correct level. Then do that. That's a right. Okay. At this point, so if I can get the rest of this sorted, and it's going to involve caps lock and making sure this is covered. Let's widen the screen a hair more. It's going to need to be. Here's another L. Here's where we start having R. And also here. Like if I can get this one working, then the audio, the VST ought to be fairly straightforward. One of the things about Bowl of Heaven, in particular the one that I had listened to, since it is this outburst of basically every possible note at once, it's a noise-like roaring sound, but it's not really quite noise. It's not quite that many notes in there. So what happens is your ears start picking out slow melodies just by attuning to different sort of stages. And if the different volumes of the notes shift slightly, and a bunch of this stuff can be done with just pulse stretch. The whole thing could be frickin' pulse stretch for all I know. But your ears will pick out little melodies, just sort of hallucinating them out of different frequencies against each other, shifting. So what you do is you have your burst of frequencies in there. And then as they shift relative to each other, even if there's like shifts in the bass, other harmonics will pop up in different places. And it's very much human ear trying to draw patterns out. And that's what generates the music, is it's playing the listener. That's pretty cool. So you got to go after it from the concept of playing the listener. Okay, so let's see. There. So I just got to do that each time, and that does the same thing as the commented out stuff above. As long as I get it exactly right. May be able to hear this. I bet we'll be able to hear this before the stream is over. I am, after all, going and doing all the little bits exactly right. Oh, we don't need to redefine X all the time, though. I'll take that out. I'll take the redefine out. But don't mind me, the fatigue is strong. CBSR. So we only need one double X, but all the rest of these will stay. But we get to just reuse X each time. It can be a local variable. Technically, we just keep redefining it, so this could all be reshuffled so we don't have to redeclare it each time. But no real harm is being done for doing that. And then we are using this stuff that's been generated easier than all of this commented out stuff. Okay, and this is how this works. We generate these. They're the left channel things. Fast left, slow left. And then if Bezier thresh is larger than 1, then we generate this stuff. This could be busted into a single if statement. It just isn't being. Like we could do them together. Oh, no, wait. No, we can't, can we? CBA fade is being defined individually for each of these. So let's undo past that mistake. That lives there where it was meant to. Honestly, I think I'm getting right down to the point of being able to hit build and then hit it again once it's finished bouncing around, not knowing what it's doing. Ooh, I need to do slow trim, not bez trim. We can't use bez trim twice. Fast uses bez trim. Slow uses slow trim. Missed that one the first time around. Good. Then here's bez trim again, and then S for slow trim. Good. Now we get to hear what it does, or something very much like that. And that should be amusing even before we start doing all manner of other stuff with it. Here's my sounds file. We'll throw Alien Kittens at it just because that can compress. And we'll get to see what this is actually like. Also, I'll have the previous version available in VST. If I want to go back and forth between them, which maybe I don't want to bother. Oh, why not? Let's hear what it's no longer going to be like, and then we'll see whether it's hopelessly broken or whether it's actually fine. Boy, it didn't need to be that. There. So this is the output stage to console X2. And as you go into ultimate saturation, you wind up with a crazy sort of compression that's like this. You're never supposed to do this. You're supposed to keep it around here. And it's supposed to have different kinds of reactions, different kinds of behaviors. Flat. So the lows in the body of the thing, it's supposed to move in a certain way. I was happy enough with this when I made it. Let's see what happens when we try the audio unit version, which has just been updated a bunch. And then the thing after that will be to find out, assuming this works, and I don't know why it's set to these weird settings. This is crazy. That's a lot more like it. Sounds kind of similar to what it was. It still is able to break the same way it did. I feel a sort of weird crunchiness happening. Let's hear the compression working out as aggressively as it can. We'll pad it down so that the output of the compressor makes more of an effect. I don't know if I'm bypassing. I think maybe I might not be. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm shooting for, is to be able to explore what this is actually capable of. And see, you can go too far, way too far. But what do we get out of it? Apart from, we do get this. we do get the crazy EQ built into it as well. See, I tightened up the lows a little bit there. I'm willing to say that's acting the same way that the original compressor did. That was the intention. So I can get rid of some of that commented out stuff because we've got it doing the correct thing. What I'm thinking of now is let's pump it up a bit by building clip-only 3 in instead of the tape-hack output stage. I think I'd prefer to do that. I feel like that's what it wants. So technically, I don't know how much of that is included, but we'll find out. So since this is a stereo plugin, I should probably be looking for the VST version of clip-only 3 because that's going to have both channels. And I bet I'm going to have to gain stage it. That is something I'm pretty sure of. So what do we got? Here's stereo clip-only 3. Oh, look. That is something I am more and more confident that this is what it is going to want to be. Because we're not using the tape hack high frequency cut. We're going to completely bypass that, and we're going to replace it with straight up clip-only 3. And firstly, we're going to see how loud it goes and probably pad it, because I think we're hitting the tape hack harder than needed. Okay, so not there, but here. This is why I have stuff separated out into little sections, so I can get it doing what I want by copying a section like this and then straight up replacing this whole section here. Because what if we don't want to have a massive high frequency cut, a high frequency attenuator on the 2 bus? Maybe you don't want your tape emulation there. I mean, yeah, I can see it, but I'm gonna not have that built into console X3 unless you engage the tape hack X section. And of course, this is depending upon whether I even include that or whether I come up with something better at the time. It's not impossible that I will end up coming up with something that works better. So this is all EQ stuff. We don't actually have anything. That was all hardwired right there. So here's our compression. It's safe to delete this now. That's going to be fine. And here's where we start getting into something else. Clip only. It'll be nice if this works out. I feel like this could very well work out nicely. We're going to need to look back up here to see whether we've got our setup. Does need some setup. It needs this. Here's overall scale. Spacing's actually gonna have to be different. We're using this instead now. This was the tape hack style. In fact, that's why I have two names for this in some of my builds. And down we go to the very bottom. See how it pads by 0.92. Up we go to here. All this stuff is in a bunch of other plugins, so it's not like we're really losing anything. Now it has no output stage and little compressed, well, little is overstating the case, but see, it starts and ends. That's the chunk that goes into here. Some people would have that be a function that gets called elsewhere. I don't like it that way. I like having it sit in the same chunk of code. Just cause, just why not? Does it build? It totally built. I'd be a little surprised if it didn't, but that totally built. Actually, that's clip only. That's the wrong one. I don't know quite how I got confused over to there. Here we go. There's the one we just built. Alrighty. Moment of truth. Let's see what it did. Let's see what it did. Generic limiter. You know what? I am not entirely sure. There are some ideas I've looked at as far as figuring out how one might conceivably do something like that. Your generic limiter. One of the ideas is sort of abusing the buffer system that plugins use to calculate things in order to pre-scan within any given buffer to supply pre-delay without using pre-delay. I feel like this could work. There's a problem. You mentioned VCV Rack. VCV Rack specifically would not work very well with this. And the reason for that is because Bacon Paul builds consolidated and in fact has also done the VCV Rack build to run extremely short internal buffers. For this to work, you would need to use a buffer size of like 500 samples, 1,000 samples, something like that, or maybe even more. And it would hurt your latency and tracking slightly. But that would be a way where you could run the entire buffer being given to the plugin, pre-scan it for the highest possible level and where that happens, and then do a ramp down to where the level would need to be. Perhaps even a Bezier-style ramp down, where a fair amount of the time it would probably do it smoothly. But then other times, your hot sample would be the first sample in the buffer, at which point it would not help. But yeah, there's probably a way of doing something interesting with that. It's just going to be wildly sensitive to the conditions of the DAW. But that's not a reason not to try. Might be a fine idea to try that. Again, though, it will behave less well in VCV Rack. Speaking of behaving less well, let's see if this behaves well. Wow, Fader really doesn't want to pad this, does it? I feel like I have a lot of gain on tap here. We're clearly distorting. Immediate update. Immediate update. That's fine, but I've clearly got twice as much gain on there as I need. So why would that be? Maybe it's because this is param j times 2. Well, let's neatly divide that. There, now we're going to be half as loud as we were before. One second of lookhead is a lot of sound. That's a lot of sound. Alrighty, back into here, back into Twisted Wave, and loading up this sound and seeing what we get out of our very familiar little boogie. X2 bus, what do we got? So we're clearly compressing a little bit, although we're actually distorting less. What if we do half of that in turn? Yeah, we want half of that in turn. And then as we speed up, it starts pushing the gain a little bit, pushes it a little harder. Bypass, technically louder. We made the bass scamper a little bit more. Yep, needs to be yet another half quieter. Let's just do that down here. Oh, what are we doing multiplying by 2? What are we doing with all of this nonsense? I don't think we need that. I think we can have it just be a straight up normal style control. Boom. Done. That wasn't so hard. Didn't need all of that stuff. And we were still multiplying it by 2 again. This should fix it. Build. And back we go. And yeah, getting down to the wire. It's almost taco time. Looking forward to that immensely. I do really like doing these stream days though, especially when I can push and get some cool things made for people. Because that's what it's for. It's for making stuff for people that they can make music and do interesting things. This being 0.5. Let's dry that base up. Okay, now we're about 6 dB down. Turns out we could boost a little bit from there. However, in observing this, one of the neat things about it is now we've got it padded by 6 dB, so we can definitely turn it up again. But when the compressor pushes this direction, it starts raising above that 6 dB thing. See, now we're about a dB above clipping if we were going to be doing that. And now we're back down again. Or it's a little inconsistent, really. I'm also speculating just a little bit as to how badly we need these frequency controls, or the range of adjustment here, or whether it could be dialed back so that we don't have as much of that, but it'll be more of a mastering style-y one. So we've still got lots of ability to manipulate stuff here. Including plenty of ability to boost those lows. All manner of stuff, really. So there's some hacking right there. Yeah, I'll leave it, it's fine. If you were doing adjustments, the frequencies come in real handy, so we're going to leave that. You can adjust them in small amounts. I don't know, Aurora. I don't know.